This is a day in the life of a dog groomer at Grand Style Pet Grooming in Tampa, Florida. Hang out with us during our all-day dog grooming live streams and enjoy our great chat community. All right, let's get busy. Alright, I'm getting my table cleaned up. I'm ready to finish Jax, the Schnauzer. We got to blow dry him, cut his hair. Welcome back, everybody. Sure we're all set up good here. We are. Let's go. I'm coming, Jaxie. I'm coming. Come on. It's a good boy. I know it. We're gonna go get all dry. Let's see here. Turn down the volume.
You did it. You did it. You was a big boy. Yes. You was a big boy. Got your nails done. Yeah. You was a big boy. Got your nails done like a big boy. Yeah. Yeah. I know. It was just terrible. Yeah. It was just terrible. Getting your nails done. Yeah. Mommy. Good boy. That's a good, good boy. It's okay. It's not gonna hurt you. In here. Good boy. There we go. That's a good boy. It's all right. Good boy. Over here. Good boy. Turn. Good boy. Good puppy. Jax, over here. Come here, Jax. Good boy. Good puppy. That's a good boy. Because I'm making his beard more round, I'm leaving his line back further than I normally do for a Schnauzer beard. Because we're doing kind of a regular Schnauzer trim with a bit of a teddy bear beard. So it's kind of a combo, a shorter beard. Good puppy. Over here. Come here, Jax. Good boys. Hello. Hello. How you doing? Oh, please. Give me a break. You're such a schnauzer. It's okay. I'm not hurting the puppy. It's okay. I'm not hurting you. You're all right. What's the matter, baby? You're all right. It's a lot for a puppy, isn't it? Yeah. It's a lot for a little puppy. I know, but you gotta learn how to have it done. You're gonna have this done for your entire life. So you might as well get used to it. Alright. Now, let's trim your eyebrows. Good boy. Here. Come on. He's like, I'm not falling for that again. Every time I come over here, you do something to me. Huh. Is that what you're saying to yourself? So a lot of times when I do these more rounded beards, the eyebrows are a little bit shorter and not as tight to the cheek because the beard's coming up rounder. It's got to have a place to go. Stay. But his tends to stick straight out to the side, so I'm not sure if that's going to be the best plan going forward. We'll see. Your mom's here. Get a move on it.
going to put him down to go up front. Just wait till I'm done with him before I go up there. Because that'll just disrupt the whole flow. I've got him being good, and I don't want to get him excited when he hears her voice. Of course, they don't have to hear their pet parents. They can smell them because they have really good noses. Clients always come in and say, how does he know I'm here? I didn't say a word. They can smell you. So I'm liking this new pair of shears. It's taking me a little getting used to because they have offset shanks. And I'm not used to offset shanks. But they're actually quite nice. The balance is good. A little lighter than I'm used to, but they're not bad. I keep picking them up. If I don't like a shear, I won't keep picking it up, so that's a good thing. They're a 7-inch shear. I like a 7-inch shear best. At least when I'm working on small dogs. Let's round that face. It's okay. I know it's hard for a puppy to have their face held. I get it. But such is life, dude. Come here. My theory is puppies is they're going to get groomed their whole life. They should learn exactly what it entails right from the very beginning. Unless they just flat out can't handle it due to some imbalance in their emotions. Most puppies can handle full grooms right off the bat. That's what I do. Because I want to train them for all parts of it. So this is, I think, his 4th groom. He's doing very well. We're going to round the beard. Do it kind of like a teddy bear. Next up is Buddy the Bichon. He's going to get hand scissored. And then Bo the toy poodle is going to get hand scissored. And then Coco, or Mia the toy poodle, is going to get a bath and touch up. And then Coco the miniature poodle is going to get a teddy bear trim. So we've got lots of work to do today. There's lots of dogs after those. We have Charlie the Sheltie coming in today. all kinds of doggos. I'll be grooming till about 6:30 p.m. at least. Maybe 7. The way my day's going, I'm going to say 7. And hopefully I can get out of here in time to go visit my mother. She had surgery yesterday. So hopefully I can make it in time to visit her in the hospital. Zoom, zoom. It's all right, you're almost done. It's okay, I got you. I see your tail wiggling. You're fine. See how they start shaking when they hear the doorbell? It's just anticipation. Stay. Alright, good enough. Good enough. You can go home. Make sure beards even. Let me see. Oh, he's a cute boy. Sit still. Sit still. All right. There's Mr. Jax with his little teddy bear beard. Say bye, everybody. See you next time. All right, let's get this mess cleaned up. That's Buddy. He's next. All right, we're going to get Buddy straight into the tub. Uh-oh, what happened? That's weird. Let's try this. Alrighty then. Ah, there it goes. Cameras. It's like, what is this? It's okay. Hi, boys and girls. Thank you, Kat. Never fails as soon as you soap up a dog. Good morning, Mia. Good morning. Where's my pretty girl? I see you, but I can't pet you right now. I'm sorry. I'm busy. Miss Suzanne's busy. I know. I'm supposed to hold you when you come in. I get it. I see you, baby. I see you. Let's see if we can't quiet this down a little bit when he shakes. That ought to do it. Just keep the metal on metal from rattling. I know, baby. It's okay. Much better. No rattles. Good boy. Good boy. Dry yourself off. That's a good boy. He likes to tumble dry. This is disinfectant. A few more towels over here. Take one from my table. Walmart, huh? Cool. They're everywhere. The taro brushes. Which is what we're going to use to blow dry Buddy. How cute. What's her name?
Mindy.
Here, let me see her. We'll show her off to YouTube. Then we'll show them a finished. Cat has a new puppy to work on. This is Mindy. I'll show you an after she's finished. Say hi, Mindy. Here she is. You're getting lots of new puppies lately. I know, there's furry red puppies everywhere. It's like every apricot and red poodle in the country is now being mixed bred. Or is she a poodle? She's a mixed breed, isn't she? What is it? Okay. She's a cavapoo. There's not going to be any purebred apricot poodles left after they get done mixed breeding them all to make these little red mixed breeds. They're all going to be gone. Aren't they, buddy? No more purebred apricot poodles. All right, turn. Turn, turn. Good boy. Says people like around his mouth short and his eyes. They don't like this hair growing in his mouth, so we keep that trimmed. Very carefully. Good boy. Come on, turn. Turn, 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 turn. Turn, turn. Thank you. So last week we were talking about hand scissoring and that there's a pattern to hand scissoring and each breed has their own pattern. For a Bichon, it's a level top line up to about an inch behind the shoulder layback. Shoulders right here. A barrel-shaped chest, so we angle our shears outward from underneath to give it spring of rib, so they're not slab-sided or squared off, but rounded. The sides are wide so that they look fuller, so the top line's shorter, the underline's shorter, but the sides are wider. So you tie in the top line to that underline we just created. And I always shave the underline so it's up tight enough depending on the dog. So he's got a lot of leg under him, so I can use like a 3 or I used a 4. Some of the long or the short-legged Bichons I use a 7. And a Bichon that won Best of Breed at the Bichon Club of America, she actually was shaved underneath with a 10, like the whole underside. The shoulders are wide, coming straight up under the ear. If you leave all this hair behind the ears, it makes their neck look too short. So we're coming straight up, not angling over because then we cut off neck hair. The legs are pillar shaped. A show Bichon would be much fuller than this. This is a pet Bichon and a maintenance Bichon trim, just an everyday haircut. I also do short Bichon trims. If you want to see our different Bichon trims that we offer, you can go to grandstylepet.com, click on haircuts by breed, and then scroll down to Bichons. I have different styles that I do on them, but this is just a breed profile pet trim. Keeps the Bichon look without the excess hair. I don't do this with a snap-on comb because there's varying lengths of hair to create the look. You can outline it with a snap-on comb, but then you have to go back and scissor it anyway. So I think it's better just to scissor right from the start. Learn the pattern, learn how to do it. So we want these legs to drop straight down. I want to give him some angulation. So we want point of rump. Coming out past the tail. And then we want to angle in just a little bit to give some angulation. There would be more of a sweeping look if it were a show dog because we would have more hair to pull out there. He's also got dark colored skin and he doesn't have a super thick coat, so his skin shows through if you go too short. You don't want that to happen. He also goes out for walks and his skin blackens. He gets a lot of sun exposure if he doesn't have enough hair covering him. Turn. This way. Good boy. The back leg comes up and meets the last rib. You want them to be trimmed from the elbow, angling up towards the last rib just a hair. But on a Bichon, you don't want an extreme tuck up, just a little bit. I trimmed him with a 4-blade under the neck here to define his head, give him more neck. Now we're going to round this out just a little. And then angle back from the point of shoulder to set the leg up underneath him. That way they have style. They don't look like just a blob of hair. And you're showing off the body. So we showed off the point of rump to the point of shoulder. Showed off the shoulder going down into the leg. Showed off the spring of rib and a level top line. Gave him a long neck. Actually, the breed's supposed to have a moderate neck, not long. And that's where learning your breed standards comes into grooming. So if you're trying to learn how to groom purebred dogs, you need to understand what the purebred dog is supposed to look like. So, level top line, angulation, moderate neck, tail set on high, which means you trim off the back of the tail here to set it up even higher. Front legs straight, perpendicular to the ground. The rear legs parallel. So, groomers learning how to groom, first you have to memorize what the breeds even look like to be able to identify them. Then you have to start memorizing some of the breed characteristics. What is the breed supposed to look like and how does it apply to grooming? It's a journey, you know, and it can seem daunting and overwhelming at first. And just like yesterday when I was following the pet parent's instructions and not doing one of my normal haircuts, I had to keep looking at the instructions and then putting the instructions on the dog. That's what new groomers go through. You know, when they're learning how to do this, they're trying to figure out the pattern of what they're doing and the breed, and they have to keep referring to the book. Okay, let's do this, 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 this. Or if they're watching a video, okay, I gotta do this, I gotta do this. It's a very slow process, and a lot of newer groomers beat themselves up because they're not fast enough. And I'm not fast if I'm having to follow a whole list of instructions from a pet parent that are not what I would normally do. And then I have to figure out how to blend it all together because it's not what I would normally do. So it's a completely off haircut for me. So it's not my normal pattern. So, you know, they say neurons that fire together, wire together, and you just do it out of habit and it becomes faster and faster and faster. And if you're not used to doing it, or you gotta like freelance it sorta, then you're slow, right? And that happened to me yesterday, set me way behind schedule. Just trying to blend all those requests together. Not that I mind, I mean, that's part of the job. But I was thinking about it as I was driving home, and I'm like, well, that's exactly what groomers who are not used to grooming go through, and that's why they're slower, because they're trying to figure out how to blend these lines together and learn these patterns. Then you got pet parents sometimes bringing in these detailed lists that really throw you off if you're new, because you just learned how to do this and now you got to do that. I mean, I get it, it's hard. So on Bijans, I only need to trim the ears about every third groom, because the ears are the slowest growing part of the hair. And so he had his ears done, I think it was last time, really good, so they don't need much today. So we just keep blending them in until they need trimming again. So the trunk of the body grows the fastest. Then the ears around the head and eyes grow really fast. The ears and tail grow the slowest. I hardly ever take anything off the height of a Bichon's head. Just forever I'm blending it around. But I really don't cut into the height because Bijans are supposed to have height there. And he should be ready right now, so he comes every 2 weeks. He gets a bath, then a haircut, then a bath, then a haircut. And as long as I've got his outline good, I can always tidy up his haircut on the next bath day. So I don't worry about getting it all perfect. His pet parents are really good about just letting me do my thing. So I told her he'd be finished about 9:30, so I'm going to quit on him in just a second. I normally don't put a bandana on him because I don't like it to mat his neck hair, so I only put a bandana on for holidays. But in between, I don't. And once you get these patterns memorized, you can be fast at them. But it takes time to memorize them all for sure. So if you're a newer groomer, don't be hard on yourself. Don't think you should be able to hand scissor a Bichon in 15 minutes. Stay. Looks pretty good. I'm gonna go text his mom. Let you guys watch him up front. And I'll look at him on the floor and see if anything pops out that I need to. All right, he looks pretty good. I think that's good enough to send him home. What do you think? It's nice to be able to see an overhead view of them, isn't it? Get a better feel for what the haircut looks like.
hair sticking out. Gotta fix it. Hold on. Can't go home with hair sticking out. There.
I found a new brush that he likes so much better. So your one yesterday, I thought about it after she left. She's going through a change of coat, and so is Sasha. And she's got some mats. She's got a big one here and one on her face. And then she wants her beard shorter. She's supposed to text us some pictures. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Yeah. Yeah, but she's just got her change of coat matting, so I let her know she needs to brush her more. For at least the next couple of months. Alrighty. Back to cleaning. Exactly, Dottie. Dottie says that's probably the reason so many doodle owners are so dissatisfied with the grooms. The coat doesn't behave like what they believe in their minds. And especially after a groom, the coat doesn't believe that it doesn't behave that way. So with a doodle groom, many times we have to blow dry it out like Buddy to scissor it and get it even, but they want them really curly and really natural. But when you trim hair, it doesn't look natural, it looks trimmed. And then we can make it look a little better by adding the curl back in, but most doodle owners are unhappy. be, no matter what you do. And I follow a couple of doodle groups, and when I see them post pictures of grooms and what they asked for and what they got, and basically they got what they asked for, but they're super unhappy. Like one said, just trim around the eyes and around the feet and leave the rest. So they trimmed around the eyes and they trimmed around the feet, but they blow dried the dog. And they're like, look what they did to my dog. I'm in tears. I'm crying. And I'm like, it's like, stop crying. The curl will come back. You know? You're okay. You're going to be okay. It's going to be all right. And then I saw one. I posted it in our group. Let's see. Let's pull that up real quick. See if I can find it. So it wasn't the best groom, but it was what they asked for. Right? I got to get the phone. Where's the phone? This is Suzanne. May I help you? Just a moment. Turn the sound back on. Now I'm going to go to our Facebook page and bring you guys up. And look at Eloise, the giant schnauzer. That's so funny. Okay, let's see, go to our group. Where is our group? There it is. This is our group on Facebook, and then I posted a picture of a doodle, but it's probably quite far back. Not too far. There it is. So this says, so our whatever doodle, George got a major groom yesterday. Major haircut. I miss his shaggy look. I know it will grow back. I never know what to say to the groomer. How do I have him stay shaggy yet cleaned up? George looks like a whole different dog, LOL. I know I need to bring in photos Anyway, here's some before and after, and this is the after. So that's a major haircut for a doodle owner. And how do you ask for it to be shaggy? Well, I think it looks kind of shaggy, right? So I don't know what to say there. And so that's what I was asking in the group. I don't know how to respond. People often request a certain haircut, but they do not get the look that they are seeking. What would you suggest that they ask for in this post? Not a client of mine, just a random post. And the dog in the photo is a finished groom per the pet parent's request of shaggy. So does that look shaggy to you? I mean, personally, I would have trimmed it a little more around the eyes. But if somebody wanted shaggy, that's about what you're going to get. But the pet parent's calling that a major groom, and it's not shaggy enough. She wants him shaggy yet cleaned up. That's kind of what I would consider that. I don't know. What do you think? I don't know. It's hard to say, isn't it? But many groomers, many doodle owners are not happy because they want something and we don't know what to give them. All right, back to it. Yeah, Dottie's right. Something like a legato is what is most pleasing to most doodle owners. I agree. They want it to come out curly. But to groom a doodle coat, it's easiest to brush out after the bath. It's a really tough coat. So is a legato. But many times they're brought into us quite dirty. And so they're just so much easier to brush out clean. And they're so much easier to trim when they're blow dried. And to get the legato look on a big old doodle is a very time consuming process. It would take me, I would say, 4 hours on a big doodle to give it the legato look. because more likely than not, I would wash it, blow dry it, trim it, re-wet it, and let it dry out naturally. So it would be quite an extensive groom. Yeah, shaggy means messy. So I did have one client who was super happy with me for their doodle. I brushed him out before the bath. I trimmed him. I washed him. I air dried him, and I hardly touched him after the bath. And they're like, perfect, because he looked super messy. All right, I'm gonna wipe down this table and wash Bo. They're like, nobody's ever been able to get him right before. So he went home completely unbrushed. But he was aggressive and about 80 pounds. So. All right, my tub camera is not hooking up. That's not good. Here it comes. All right, Bo. Bath time. And I often think about that with doodles because I used to have the Kerry Blue Terriers and they get curls put back in their hair. And, you know, I would say the same thing if I picked up my Kerry Blue Terrier from a groomer and he were completely blow dried. I'd say you made him look like a poodle. And sometimes even in the trimming, I already knew about the curl on the Kerry Blue Terrier and I did that. But my very first grooming competition with the Kerry Blue Terrier, the judge told me I had poodle on the brain. And what she meant was the way I did the tuck up and a few other things were a little bit poodly. And I didn't realize it. And I thought he looked really good. Matter of fact, I have a picture of it. I think I have the picture on my Facebook page of the day I came home from that groom. And it really looked nice for a Kerry Blue. But yeah, that was the judge's comment as to why I didn't place with him in a grooming competition, is I had poodle on the brain. Which I grew up at a poodle kennel, so I kind of get that. But I learned how to get my terrier lines more terrier-like after that. I still thought he looked fabulous, but I did improve my Kerry Blues to the point when I got my next one that she was one of the top winning Kerrys in the country. So we did fix that. But nevertheless, I did have poodle on the brain. So I understand. But I worked really hard to try to fix it. And there's so many varying opinions from doodle owner to doodle owner that you're never quite sure what they're looking for. But they're all looking for something different than what they get. Almost all. Some are okay. Some want short ears, some want long ears, some want long beards, some want short beards. Some want short and low maintenance, some want super, super fluffy and shaggy. Some don't want the curl, some do want the curl. Which is kind of typical with most pet parents, but most pet parents are good with fluffy, blow-dried, hand-scissored dogs as a general rule. Whereas most doodle owners, and I'm not bashing doodle owners, I'm just telling you like it is, from a groomer's perspective, most doodle owners want something different than what you did. And I wish there was some clear-cut guidelines. I mean, there are, like there's a doodle club that puts out doodle trimming guidelines, but most pet parents can't manage that much hair. And so typically when the doodles come in, you know, we couldn't follow those guidelines if we wanted to, and it's a completely hand scissored trim, about 3 to 4 inches long in the photo, but the instructions say it's about 1 inch long, and you look at the photo as a groomer and you're like, that's not 1 inch, I'm sorry, that's like 3 inches, you know. So you can't use a snap-on comb because it's too much hair. You have to hand scissor it, which again is going to take, you know, a good 3 hours if you're hand scissoring and blow drying that much hair. And I'm a fast groomer, so I'm just talking about doing a good job as a fast groomer. Alright, we're going to let this sit on for a few minutes. His skin's looking really good. So when his skin's flared up, I do soak him for 10 minutes. When it looks good, I soak him for 5.
Good boy. Yes, you are. I'm sorry I gotta let you soak. Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry I gotta soak you.
It'll just be a few minutes.
Just a few minutes. Almost done. I can't come to the phone right now. You'll just have to wait. Alright, let's rinse. When his skin's flared up, I use the Zymox conditioner, but when it looks good, I'll use our regular conditioner. It's okay. You're fine. I gotta remember to take home some toothpaste for my dogs. I'm out and they didn't get their teeth brushed this morning. But they did have the dental spray. I use the Vetrodent spray and brush their teeth. I usually use the Vetrodent spray when we first get up in the morning, and then after everybody goes out to go potty. You're all right.
It's all right. Calm down. Then we follow it up after my shower and everything with brushing the teeth, and that works really good. Keeps their teeth really pretty. Good boy. So with Buddy the Bichon, I did not use a snap-on comb because I wanted varying lengths. This one I want a more consistent length throughout the body, the trunk of the body. So I'm going to use a snap-on comb. It's okay, Stand. We can't hug all the time. No, we can't. He's like, sure we can. We can hug all day, every day. You know it. All right, turn back around. I need you this way. Stay. Good boy. He says no. I shan't stay. All right. Stand. Stay. This length is 5/8 of an inch. Then the legs will be about 2 inches blended up into it, so it still looks really fluffy. Turn. You're fine. He had his teeth cleaned a week ago Monday, so his trachea is a little raspy, which is making him cough a little bit today. It's perfectly normal after a dental, or it can be. Preferably not, but it can be. You're all right. It's a good boy. Sorry, I gotta do it.
super short chin, but also has fuzzy ears. Does she still want the tipped ears?
She couldn't get the photo to send or show me a bigger picture because it was just an itty bitty little thing. So I wasn't able to see it close enough to ask her.
Okay. She only mentioned the chin.
Yeah. So I told her to screenshot the photo, then enlarge it, and then send it because it was like an Instagram profile picture. You know how you can't expand those? Would you do me a favor? Hand me a size 11 bandana. Thank you, thank you.
And then did she know that she was dropping off way before her appointment?
Yeah, her appointment time's like not till 1, and then I told her to expect maybe even more time because of the mats.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't like a confusion because I know we rescheduled it.
Yeah, she called and made sure she could drop off early. That puppy I thought might do some good to wear herself out bouncing. Alright, we gotta hurry up and get your sister done, and then I might be able to come back to you, or I might not. We'll see. But we gotta stop on you if we're gonna get your sister done on time. So there's Bo and his little teddy bear trim. Let's put him up, and then you can see the Cavapoo puppy that Cat did. This little guy had a dental last week. They didn't shave out much hair, but they did shave out a little, so it shows a little indent in his leg there. Let's go to the runs. So there's the baby. Her name was... This isn't today. Oh, we're on Wednesday. That's why. That's Mindy the Cavapoo and Mia the toy poodle and Bo the toy poodle. Huh?
So then you have pistachio shells or something stuck in her.
There's no telling what that dog gets into. There you see a toy poodle and a Cavapoo side by side. Cavalier poodle mix. Both the same color because they're both poodle in there. All right, let's go to the tub. All right, Mamma Mia, it's your turn.
It's your turn, Mamma Mia. We gotta hurry. Yes, your mommy's gonna be here soon. And we gotta get you done.
So this is going to be a quick bath. But she gets a bath every week, so she's usually never dirty anyway. I've never seen a speck of dirt come off this dog. Never. Mia is a toy poodle. Easy. Be right back. You stay there. I know, he's gotten to be such a good boy. He's like, this is my house. just pulled up and it's about to cut loose out there, so I'm gonna send her home just like this. She'll be back next week so I can fix it. She's just a bath today anyway. But I don't want her to wait one extra second because I don't want her to get poured on. By the time she makes it inside, I can hand her her dogs. Stay. Wait. Let's go text your mom so she can come inside. Can you hear that thunder? Boom, boom. Maybe that's where the line in the song came from. Boom, boom, out go the lights. I bet it is. I never thought of that before. I don't know why that never popped in my brain before. Boom, boom, out go the lights. What song is that from? I can't remember. She's going to stay in her car anyway, so we'll keep fiddling until she gets in. Pretty girl. Yes, you are. She's a very pretty girl. Yes. Did Miss Suzanne not hold you when you got here? Was that terrible? Huh? Was I supposed to hold you? And I didn't. I completely ignored you. It was terrible. Korean style dog grooming. This is Suzanne. May I help you? Alright, there's Miss Mia. All adorable. Let's go put her in with Bo. Hoping the thunder calms down a little bit so that I can wash Coco. we have an unboxing. What shall it be? Let's see. I'm waiting a minute for the thunder to slow down, so just do this. Precious. Give one to Cat. I'll put 2 out in the waiting room for now. If I need a second one in here, I'll bring a second one in, but I think I'm okay with 1 for now. Got them in the stock count and in the waiting room for retail supplies. That's it. Debbie says the song was Boom Boom Out Go the Lights by Pat Travers, 1976. Originally, I didn't know that, in 1957 by Little Walter. That song is 50 years old. Does that make you guys feel old? It does me. Because I remember when it was on the radio, like regularly. All right, I guess I better get my next dog started. I don't want to. Let's see if I need to make any bandanas and bows for today. Give that thunder a little bit more time. All right, for today, he needs a 14. And then I have Callie, a Bichon Poo, who's going to be matted. So, let's take a poll while we're waiting on the Bichon Poo to arrive. Let's see, go to here. Gonna take a poll. Will the Bichon Poo's pet parent consent to a shave down if the dog is as matted as they say? Yes or no? That's the poll. This is for Coco. He's a size 14. I'd assume the Bichon Poo's a 13. This is what we're going to make her. Boy, it's boring out there. Sounds like the thunder might have slowed down though. Just give it a minute more to make sure. After the Bichon Poo, we have Charlie the Sheltie. I usually don't put anything on him. Then we have Goose the Dachshund, so I'll put this on him. Goose is so cute. And then after that, we have Eva, the miniature schnauzer that's been hand stripped. Goose has got to be a 13. Y'all hear that rain? Goose's pet parent said she'd be bringing us her 2 Yorkies. And the Goose has been in 3 times, and we've yet to see the Yorkies. I wonder why. She was so unhappy with what the previous groomer had done to them. Alright, this is for Eva. She's about a 13. Might be too big for her. If it is, we'll make another one later. Alright, we're all set here. Thunder slowed down enough to do Mr. Coco. Exactly, Dottie says, you young thing at Stargazer. "1976 was the year I met my husband, 50 years ago. All right, let's put him straight in the tub. Come on. Good boy. Let's go to the tub. This is Coco, the miniature poodle. With his adorable self. Beginning to wonder if those scissors I ordered, the ones from can't remember the name. Elite. I still haven't seen those come in. It's been 2 or 3 weeks. They were the thinners with the, or chunkers with the scissor-like tips. I've been waiting for them. Kind of excited about them because they look really good, especially for like the round faces when you really need like a scissor tip, but you also need the blending of the chunkers. That'd be so nice. And they send you a tracking thing through, oh, I can't remember I think it's Shop is what it's called, but they send you a tracking thing, but the tracking thing has continually said waiting on info from the sender. So there's no updates on tracking whatsoever. I'll give them another week and then I'll contact them. Good boy, Coco.
He's the best boy ever. Yes, you are. You're such a smart dog. Yeah. Stand. Good boy. Turn. Good boy. That's a good boy.
phone. Somebody just tried to call. Alright, let's get Cocoa Bean dry. Grand Style Dog Grooming. This is Suzanne. May I help you? Okay. Well, you had mentioned that her hair is really matted. Are you opposed to having her hair shaved off if it's real bad? Well, I'll take a look at her. If we're unable to do it, I'll let you know. Yes. Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you. Yes. All right, so I just talked to the pet parent for the Bichon Poo. She said no, not shaved. I'm gonna go take a look at her right now and see what we can do. All right, so we still don't have approval. I've got the dog, and they're gonna call me back from the car after they talk about it to let me know. She looks like she's normally quite well groomed, but she is matted solid, and I'm not willing to brush this out at all. So if they're not willing, I'm gonna send her back home. I'm not gonna do her. Grand Style Dog Grooming, this is Suzanne. May I help you? Yeah, we'll make her face look cute. And this isn't what we normally do, but if they are badly matted, and especially with her being a Bichon Shampoo, with that type of coat. But normally we hand scissor and do really pretty work, but it's just really bad. I understand. Yeah. 2 hours, she should be ready. And if she needs to leave her longer, if she needs to go back to work, you could always pick her up later. It's up to you. Yes. I'll be here till 7. Okay. Thank you. Bye. All right, so we do have permission to cut her short. It's the only option. It's so bad. I mean, it's a well-groomed dog that looks like she's had a bath without being brushed since her last groom. So it looks like she's normally well cared for, and she's just gotten out of hand, right? So when that happens, we have to cut them short. And I hate it when it's a new client because they might think that that's what we normally do, but it's not. But if we have to, we will. All right, back to Cocoa Bean. Come on, Cocoa Bean. Poor dog, she's at a new place. And it's a thunderstorm. That's not fair, is it? Okay.
Mhm. Stand. And good boy. Turn.
Suppose Mom's here. Hi. It'll be a few minutes. I had to wait for the thunder to slow down before I could put him in the tub. Now it started again, but I got him washed. Okay. Yes, you know, don't you? Yes, you do. Come on. Up we go. That's the only problem with waiting for the thunder to slow down. Stand. He's been here an hour and 35 minutes. Stay. Stay. Turn. You could use his ears trimmed today, but I'll be back in 2 weeks for a bath, so I'll do his ears then, because that'll take an extra few minutes. So I'll do it on his bath day. That way I can get them balanced out nicely. Ears is something we don't like to rush on. I'm going to put the camera on his kennel, and I'm going to cut him loose. Let's see if he puts himself up. Here you go, Coco. Off you go. What you doing? You not going to put yourself up? Go to your house. There you go. Good boy. Silly boy. See your chest.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. So sometimes people wonder why groomers have to shave dogs so short when they're matted. Basically, it's because we can't get a longer blade under it. It's like impossible. The blade will not penetrate and get under it. And sometimes even if you splice the hair alongside the dog so that you make a part to get the blade under, it still won't work. So that's why we have to take them short. And sometimes people think, well, couldn't you just brush it out? It's torture to the dog. When the mats are of a certain type, usually bathed in, and a certain texture and a certain texture hair, that's cruelty. And people will say, oh, I'll pay you extra. It's not about the money. It's because it hurts the dog. We're not in the business of hurting the dog, you know. There's certain types I can brush out, and I will, and there's certain types I won't. And I'm probably the dematting queen. Anybody who watches me all the time can tell you. I don't mind doing that if I can. But it's not a thing I can always do. Alright, so the blade I'm probably going to have to use is, hopefully I can get a 5 blade under there. I doubt it. I don't want to go with the 7 because she's a Bichon mix, and Bichons can have really sensitive skin, but I might have to. So let's start with a 5 and see if we can do it easy. And her name is, she's new, so I don't have it memorized, Callie. All right, Callie. Nope. It's all right. It's all right. You're a good girl. All right. So in through here, it's not matted as bad as other areas. So this is where I'm going to start trying to get the 5 under. When a dog's hair is matted, it comes off in chunks or sheets. You're all right. I'll be right back.
Be right with you.
I'm so excited. Snickers, the Malshi that passed away a few months ago, their pet parent got a new Maltese Shih Tzu mix. And he's so cute. He's 8 weeks old. I just saw pictures. I'm so excited. And his owner sets out standing appointments every 4 weeks forever, so I can go ahead and schedule him every 4 weeks for the rest of his life. Ooh, she's a bouncer. Hi. Alright, so even taking her with a 5 blade, you can see how pink her skin is underneath. That's why I didn't want to go any shorter, because if I would have used a 7, and worst case scenario a 10, her skin would look flaming pink. I might still have to use a 7 the way the blade's going through this hair right now, but I hate to, because it'll look really red. I was just thinking about Snickers people the other day, and I was wondering, are they going to get another puppy? And they did, they did. Excuse you. So many times when people have their dogs shaved down because of matting, they'll say that the groomer took the easy way out. There's nothing easy about this. We took the only way out, not the easy way out. We're not being lazy when we shave off matted hair. Ever. And yet that's the most common complaint about groomers. I'll be right back. Snickers was about 13 when he passed away. So I'm going to have to use a 7 here because a 5's not cutting it. No pun intended. I told her I'd try to leave the tail, but that's not happening. You can see how matted it is. Not brushing that out. That was the tail. Good girl, Callie. Up, up, up. I normally won't even take them when they're this matted because it's a higher risk groom with all the shaving. The lower legs, even the 7's having a hard time getting it off, but she's far too pink to use a 10. Inside her ears, there are scabs and redness. So that's not pre-existing. I mean, that is pre-existing. I don't know if you can see, but it's very red. So I'm gonna leave as much hair around there as I can because I don't want her to start head shaking. This ear looks better, but I'll leave some hair under there. Stand. This way, baby. to the tub. Or not. All right. Now we can go to the tub. Good girl. Let's go. It's okay, baby. Here you can see how pink the skin is, even with the white shampoo on it. When I rinse her, you'll really see it. That's why I'm careful to leave a coating of hair wherever I can. Even if the haircut's not completely even, so like a lot of it was done with a 5 blade and then some with a 4. I mean with a 7, and that's why. Because even though I had to take some areas closer than I wanted, I still tried to leave her with a coating of hair. That'll protect her from sunburn, bug bites, and such. The more you can have, the better. And if they're going to be out in the sun and they've been cut real short, you want to put a t-shirt or something on them to protect the skin. Us old school groomers would never dream of shaving a matted dog down with a 10 blade. A lot of newer school groomers, that's their go-to. And us old school groomers are like over here with our jaw on the floor. Because you'll show super red skin with a 10. Bigger chance of little gouges in the skin that you can't even see, just like little micro scrapes. Which leads to scratching and chewing, which leads to sores and oozing. Clipper burn is typically not caused by the heat of the blade, it's caused by how close you clip it and the potential of little tiny micro scrapes on the skin. See that redness? All through here. Have you tried your brush? Cat, have you tried your brush?
Oh yeah, I see why you like that so much.
It's nice, isn't it?
It feels so nice in your hand.
And it just
And it
glides
glows-
through the hair.
Yeah, so everything about it is just so nice and soft, but it's like fluffs up there. The hair's so nice. I've been trying out the other little ones you left for me to see if I like them. And
They're
those
too
one
stiff.
handles, they make
They're
my hand
slippery,
cramp right
yeah.
away. Like those, always been my problem with those Chris Christensen brushes is that
Yeah.
something about the grip doesn't agree with my hands.
Yeah.
But that one feels like.
Yeah. And you can get
Wow.
through the hair with like normally you have to do different types of pressure on the brush to get through certain hair.
Yeah.
This one I'm brushing like a pet parent brushes, you know, with that loose handle.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to start selling them because that's something pet parents will be on board with.
Yeah.
Yeah. They'll use it. They won't feel like they're hurting the dog, you know.
Yeah, it's and like the size and the shape of it feels
Yeah.
very maneuverable.
Yes. I fell in love the second I used it. Well, the brush is cat approved. Dog approved and cat approved. Hey, buddy. Look at you with a smile on your face. Yeah, I'm not normally that sold on a brush that fast, but
It's nice.
That's why I wanted you to have one. I'm taking all our other brushes off our website, recommending them to people, and putting that one. Yeah. Go, baby. Good. minute, boo-boo. All right, I just gotta clean up this hair. Lots and lots and lots of hair. Hair everywhere. Just a minute. All right, baby. Calm down. Turn, 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 turn. Stand. Next up is Charlie the Sheltie, and he is afraid of the high velocity dryer. So last time I dried him without it, he seemed to do much better. I may be able to reintroduce it at some point, because he came to me with that fear already built in. And some dogs just are, but he was a little overly panicked and it was carrying over into other areas of his groom. So sometimes if I remove certain stressors, I can reintroduce it at a later date once he trusts me. Today he came trotting in with a smile on his face, so that was good. Very promising. I think it's really important, even if you have to shave a dog all the way down, to try to make them look as cute as you can. If you can leave a really cute face, it softens the blow of having to cut it so short. Tidied up. We'll be done with her. I made sure to highlight her beautiful eyelashes. Her eyelashes are a darker color than the rest of her hair. Stay, honey. That's a good girl. Show everybody how pretty your eyelashes are. You see her eyelashes? They're so cute. think she's had enough for one day. Good girl. She's a jumper. I'm sad that I had to take her tail, but I had no choice. All right, I'm gonna get cleaned up and ready for the next one. Actually, he's got a soak and medicated shampoo. Let's go ahead and wash him. And while he's soaking, I'll come clean. This will be Charlie the Shetland Sheepdog. I need to change my microphones before I do this because they're almost dead. All right, we're in business. Fresh microphones for a couple hours more streaming. 3 dogs to go. a Sheltie, a long-haired Dachshund, and a Schnauzer. So I'm going to pre-wash him before he's medicated, because his coat's so thick, trying to get the medicated on before it's pre-washed would be very challenging. So that's what we're going to do. Come on, Charlie.
Hey, Bubba, how you doing? Are we becoming friends now?
Well, your coat's looking so much better. I bet your skin's looking better too.
Is your skin looking better?
Oh, yeah.
Much better.
So here's what we're gonna do.
Come here.
Do this first with the tearless. He's much calmer so far today. That is good. That's all it takes. What's that doggy saying, Charlie? Hmm? Stay.
It's all right. You know I love you. Yes, you're starting to get the idea. That Miss Suzanne will take good care of you. See? I take good care of that puppy. Good boy. Turn. Good boy. Get back here. Back, 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 back. Make sure it's soaked all the way to the skin.
soak for 10 minutes. Actually 5 because he's already got 5 in. Be right with you. Hi. Good. Good. She was a very good girl.
Thank you so much for taking her in today.
No
been crazy.
problem. I
It's been a crazy
understand.
week.
I bet.
Plus we got that terrible thunderstorm.
I know, that didn't help at all. She's like, what is this? New place? Thunderstorm?
I know. She, in the new place and the thunderstorm.
Mm-hmm. But she did real good. I would have liked to have left the hair on her tail, but it was just too knotted, so I had to take it.
Oh, but you look so clean though. You look so clean. Oh, she looks
Thank you
better.
so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. All right, let's clean up the table. Right back to rinsing start. Blah, blah, blah. Charlie. I can't talk today. Goose is here. I'll be right back. Good boy. Turn. It's all right. It's not going to hurt you. It's just noise. Noise doesn't hurt the puppies. All right, turn. That's a good boy.
Are you happy? Is you a happy Charlie? I think I saw a tail wiggle. I did. I think I saw a tail wiggle. Which would be wonderful since you're such a nervous little guy and you always think people are out to get you. Don't you? You think people are out to get you, don't you? Yeah, like this mean old toothbrush. Your mean old toothbrush is out to get you. Yeah, he's a good boy. See, that's not so bad. Back it up. Turn, turn. Good boy. See? Mr. Bean loves you. Mr. Bean loves Charlie. Alright. It's not gonna hurt you. It doesn't hurt. See, you survived the ear cleaner. Like, oh my gosh. It's a dog-eating ear cleaner. That's what it is. Isn't it? It's a dog-eating ear cleaner. Yeah. Alright, up we go. Alright, you drip dry in here for just a second. I'll be right back with you. 2 minutes. Oops. I didn't mean to make that bang. What, Goose? I cut your ears too short last time, didn't I? Yeah, I knew it when I did it. I did. I didn't mean to, though. It's one of those things you do it and it's like, yeah, well, that didn't work. Happens to us groomers all the time. We start off with good intentions and it's like, oops, it took a little bit too much. We don't mean to sometimes. It's like drawing a picture on a piece of paper. You have something in your mind that you want to draw, and what ends up on the paper isn't at all what's in your mind. You ever done that? That's what dog grooming's like. Because we're literally sculpting images into the hair, or shapes.
And sometimes those shapes don't come out like we planned. But it doesn't mean we didn't try. We did. This is disinfectant. All right, Charlie. Let's get you dry.
So intensely satisfying to get them finally all clean and actually brushed out properly and blown out and everything.
Hey, is he all healed up?
He's doing much better. You could tell he looks like he feels better
Yeah.
after his old shenanigans.
Tilt-a-whirls. All right, baby, come on. Come on. Here's your good boys. Up we go. I'm going to let him have a break while I wash and towel dry Goose because he's still pretty wet. And then we'll get back to this one. Duck, duck, goose. Duck, duck, goose. Come here, bud. How's it going? Mm-hmm. Good boy.
You're a sweet boy, Goose.
Yeah. This dachshund has the softest hair. His name is Goose. It really is. Yeah. Uh-huh.
And my little one was quiet enough that it didn't bother him so much.
Huh.
So he would only come in the evenings when only I was there to be quiet with him. Eventually he went through training and I think he got better with it overall. But for a long time it was the only way to get him done. He didn't like the sound of it.
It's funny how they set their mind on a certain tool.
Yeah.
Like a comb. Some dogs like they're enemies with the comb, but you can brush them. Or they're enemies with the brush, but you can comb them. Exactly. They're smart critters. Uh-huh. Exactly. wait here for a few minutes and I'll be back. Hi. Hi, Eva. How are you? All right, come on, Mama.
Alright.
She should be finished probably 7.
7. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Let me know if it's anytime sooner.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm gonna see if I can use the high velocity dryer for a minute on Charlie, because that really thick hair on his legs isn't wanting to get dry. We shall see. Be right back. Be right with you. That's a good boy. Good boy. Look at what a good boy you're being. Good boy. You like that? Is that a nice thing? Did it take good care of you? Turn. Good boy. Let's text your mommy. I think this is about his 6th appointment here. And his first couple of appointments, this whole area was out of control, out of balance, super light colored, and sticking like out to here. And we've been working on getting him in balance coat-wise so that his coat is healthier, not so out of control. And it's working because now his coat's starting to lay down, the colors are starting to balance out, and he doesn't look so wonky. But he is definitely out of balance. And what I mean by out of balance is he had too much undercoat and not enough outer coat. So it was like it had been getting like either overly de-shedded, raked out, probably with the wrong tool, maybe like a razor mat comb or something along that line, or it had been trimmed like too much. But it's balancing out. You can still see the out of balance color, see all the grays in there. You know, it should be more like right in here with the more tans and not so much heavy gray. But it's getting there. It's looking better. Mostly the texture, it was just like... So that's nice to see. He's making progress behaviorally. Thank goodness. Now we're going to go put you up and finish Goose, and then we'll get Eva done. Eva is the one making all the noise. Come on. That's a good boy. What are you talking about, Eva? Hmm? There you go. Good boy.
No, you stay there.
clean one or the dirty one? This is the clean one. All right, go get Goose. I'll be right back. Hi. It'll be about 10 minutes. It's okay, Bubba. Easy. It's okay. I know. I know, but your mama's here. We gotta hurry. I think your mama got tired of listening to the barking. She left you. So last time Goose was here, she had him put in a short summer trim, and that has softened up his coat quite a bit and created a coat that really needs to be thinned and clipped as opposed to stripped, unless I spent a whole lot of time restoring the coat. And since she's already here, there's no way I can do that. And it would mean a lot of pulling, and his coat's too soft for pulling. So he's going to be more of a clipped candidate with some carding from now on. If you want to learn more about how trimming the coat and doing the summer cuts alters the way the hair grows, you can go to our website at grandstylepet.com, click on haircuts by breed, and then cockers, cavaliers, and long-haired dachshunds to learn more. I tried to do it without cutting into any of his body coat last time, but even the areas that I did on the legs and sides, it has changed the coat to some degree to a softer coat that is more deeply rooted. That's all right. I'm sorry. Guess I didn't do as much damage as I thought I did. It's looking pretty good. Had me worried there for a minute. It didn't look like it wanted to loosen up, but it wouldn't come out with a carding knife, but it's coming out with a stone. So the whole idea is that the coat comes out and sheds out when it needs to. And I'm always real careful not to alter the coat if I can. But it's hard not to when you have to cut them shorter than you want. Those who know, know. That looks pretty good. All right. Ooh, Eva. She is loud, isn't she? It's all right. A day in the life of a dog groomer. All right, let's put you up front. Text your mom. Welcome to Grand Style Dog Grooming. We are located in Tampa, Florida at the corner of Northdale Boulevard and Dale Mabry Highway. We have a large waiting room with seating for those who choose to wait inside while our stylists pamper their pets. We carry iGroom hair care products along with dental, eye area, and ear care items. Our boutique has fancy dresses and rhinestone collars to dress your little one in grand style. Also in the waiting room, we have charts to help you decide the exact length that would be best for your best friend. Our groomers each have their own private room. This keeps the pets calm as they are not overstimulated by the things going on around them. Each room is outfitted with security monitors, UV sterilization for the tools, and the Grooming Safer dog grooming harnesses for the pet's safety. Our main bathing area has 2 tubs. We use foaming disinfectants in the tub after every bath, medium-sized kennels, and large runs with glass doors in our kennel area. Schedule a makeover for your pets today.
just being a schnoz, huh? See? You're just here getting pretty, that's all. Nobody was leaving you. No, you're just here getting pretty. That's it. See? That's all it is. It's just a groom. Yeah. You thought you got left, didn't you? Hmm? Did you think they left you? Oh, you poor baby. You poor baby. Nobody left you. No, you're just here to get pretty.
So she has a hand-stripped coat with an overabundance of undercoat because it's been allowed to pile up. So I'm getting all the undercoat out. And her coat was hand-stripped in April, May, June, July, August. Of course, it was like mid-April. And it was pulled all the way down, so it's about at a 10-week point in the coat, which means the guard hairs are probably still quite deeply rooted. Could work on it, but it's pretty tight still. But the main thing is the undercoat needs to come out of here. And what I found, the more prolific you allow the undercoat to be, the softer your outer coat's going to be. And you have a much harder coat texture-wise, which is what you desire when you hand strip. It's okay, it's just undercoat. You desire a hard coat when you hand strip. So the undercoat tends to drown out the outer coat and makes the circumference of the outer coat thinner, which is softer, and it doesn't allow the oils to distribute like you want them to if you have too much undercoat packed in. So a good maintenance program would be, along with your brushing, to rake out this undercoat. Just like brushing. But brushing won't get this out. So brushing will keep the legs from getting tangled, but it will not remove this undercoat. And the tools that you get for removing the undercoat, you have to be real careful. So you need something that's completely dull, with no sharpness to it at all. And unfortunately, a lot of the tools that you buy, like the Coat Kings or on Amazon, they're sharper. The Andis coat rakes have razor blades in them. Not razor blades, but sharper blades. They cut the hair. What you need is something that is dull so that it only removes the undercoat. The brand I'm using on her is called GROOMER DK. They're, get it to focus. Focus. There it goes. They are designed by a Schnauzer breeder, and their products are really good. When you do this, you want to drag it through the coat. If there's resistance, you keep going. And if there's not resistance, you stop. So here we have no resistance, and you want to hold the skin taut ahead of where you're doing it. Here there's no resistance. The resistance tells you that there's still undercoat to come out. And when there's no resistance, then the teeth are reaching down to the skin. And so you don't want to continue on if the teeth are hitting skin. And if there is resistance, it's hitting undercoat. And when it's hitting undercoat, it's going to pull all that out. There's a fine side and a coarse side. You start with the coarse side. Wait for that to focus, 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 camera. Any day now. There it goes. So there's a fine side and a coarse side. You start with the coarse side that has the wider teeth, and you finish with the fine side that has the finer teeth. So once you start, once it starts gliding through the coat on the coarse side, all the way over the entire pattern area, which would be the back, the neck, the sides of the neck, the shoulders, and coming down around the rib cage and down the outside of the back legs, like through here, through the schnauzer pattern, and through there. It gets real thick and heavy, which is why she was showing some resistance around the tail. And the undercoat gets real thick and heavy alongside that. And it also gets extra thick in the neck up here. And once you're getting no more out and you have no more resistance on the wide side, you flip it over and start with the narrow side, and then you're going to get more coat out. And this is all homework. Now, when the hair is shorter, you can do this with a stripping knife. But once it gets to this length, when it's reaching its fuller coat, then you really want to switch to a rake. And if she were mine, I would do this at least weekly. And you're not going to have all this build up, and it's not going to take as long if you do it weekly. Because you want to keep all that out of there to keep her coat nice and hard. You don't want to pull down her coat again and have it hand stripped again until it's blown. When you have it done like all at once, like she had, it'll blow about every 6 months. And a blown coat means it's shedding out. It's in the telogen-exogen phase of the coat growth cycle. Right now it's still in the, let's see, the anagen. What's the next one? I'm drawing a blank. She's in the second coat phase right now. She's not in the telogen. Anagen, catagen. So she's in the catagen growth phase right now, which means that this hair is still too tightly embedded and it is still, you know, basically attached to the root. So you have to wait till it releases from the root and is in the resting phase, which will be at about the 6-month mark from the time of her last hand stripping, and then you get it done again. Now I'm flipping over to the other side, see if I can get any more out. Feels like the rake did a pretty good job the first time around with the wide side, and there's some. Good girl. Turn. This is another coat. You don't put clippers on if you plan to hand strip it. If you clip this coat once, you're not going to have a hand strip coat anymore. Like ever. Unless you let it grow out, I'd say with a Schnauzer for like 2 years. And then the hand stripping process is going to be intense because you'll have to, it handles different. It's more deeply rooted when it's been clipped. But usually it's altered permanently once you clip it. So if you do decide to clip it, you want to make that a permanent decision. It's not like, well, I'll get it clipped this time, maybe next time I'll get it stripped. It doesn't work like that. All right, the head. It's kind of loose. Not really, though. Oh, yeah. It's okay. Stand still. Stay. Just doing enough on her head to keep it lying flat because it's really soft. Fine. All right, let's do some clipper work. Stand. Don't do that. Usually when I have a dog that whips its head when I'm shaving ears, you'll see me pull my clipper way back because sometimes they whip their head and start shaking. And I don't want the shaking the head, that is. And I don't want the clipper anywhere near when they do that because I don't want the ear to catch the edge of the blade. I'm talking with my microphone muted. I gave you a lot of good information right there. Too bad you missed it. Oh well. So basically what I was saying was you have to rake out the coat. As a routine, home maintenance, the undercoat has to be kept raked out. And when you're raking the coat, you need to hold the skin taut. It's like carding, but a little different. So when the hair is really short, you can card it out. Or if it's a little thinner texture like the dachshunds or the cockers. But when the coat starts growing in like hers has, it's got about 10 weeks growth since she was fully hand stripped. You really need a rake. So I showed you the brand of the rake I use. It's GROOMER DK. It's made by a Schnauzer breeder. It's very, very dull. And you need a dull rake. So you just don't want to go out and buy the first thing on Amazon. Or something cheaper because they're going to be sharp and they're going to cut the hair. You need something dull. And you need a brand that's tried and true to be dull. So GROOMER DK is my go-to on that. Many brands are sharp. And you should rake the coat. I would rake it weekly. And I don't think it's been done at all. And I was explaining that when you don't keep the coat raked, it kind of drowns out. It crowds the harsher coat and keeps it thinner in circumference and softer. And so you don't have as harsh of a coat. And it also doesn't allow the oils to distribute properly. So your coat's not getting the oils that it needs to maintain a hand strip coat. And let's see, what else did I talk about? I don't remember. Oh, that many times because you need the oils in the hand strip coat, and that's why it's lying nice and flat right now. You typically don't wash the hand strip part, just the furnishings and the beard and such. And if you do wash it, it becomes very flyaway and fluffy and goes poof. So hers looks really good right now. And we just did all that raking, which helped to distribute those oils. So it's kind of a self-cleaning coat when it's hand stripped. The hand stripped areas are self-cleaning. I also explained that her coat, because it's got 10 weeks of growth, is in a catagen phase right now, which means it's quite deeply rooted. It's not going to be ready to pluck until around the 6-month mark from her last hand stripping, which means the coat will be in the telogen phase, which is a resting phase, which is the time to strip it. The top of her head up here is different. It's very, very soft and very fluffy. And this is called the flat work up here. And if you have your dog hand stripped and you're showing them, the head and stuff and the sides of the neck and the areas where you keep it really short and up here on the front of the chest, that all gets done all the time. But some people like to just have their dogs pulled down every 6 months and let them go. But a lot of the pet parents who let them go, and that's not what this client did. She was supposed to be shown and didn't get shown due to a health problem with the person who was going to show her. So I'm keeping the coat hand strippable right now in case something changes and she does get shown again. And if the pet parent decides to get her clipped, once you make that decision, you can never go back to a hand strip coat. Or if you do, you might have to let the coat just grow completely wild and natural for about a year or two, at least 2, I'd think, on this coat type, and then have it all pulled down. And it's a much different situation when you have it pulled down from a clip coat, because the coat's much more deeply rooted, much more uncomfortable process, and so I wouldn't recommend that. So it's a big decision to decide whether you're going to go to a clip coat. Most pet schnauzers are clipped. Hand stripping is tedious. It's extremely expensive. Most hand strip coats, especially on a Schnauzer, you're going to pay a minimum of $300 to have the coat pulled down. So, and then it does need homework. It shouldn't be left to go until the next 6-month period. Especially areas like on top of the head, keeping the undercoat from piling up, all that stuff. All right, I think I covered everything I said. Looks like they're stripping this area too. So I'm gonna leave that. We'll just thin that. Let's see. Use a carding knife there because it's softer. So her mom seemed surprised when I told her it would be 7 or so. But actually, you know, what I need to do on this dog, even though we're not doing the whole hand strip, would be a couple hours at least. And so there's not a lot I can do that I would do if I had more time. Nail clippers. Stay. Good girl. I remember taking a Schnauzer to be hand stripped by a very well-known professional handler. And that was in 1995, and he was charging $250 or $275 then for the job. Okay. All right. To the tub.
Don't eat it. Stay. Yeah. You're really dirty, Eva. I think you're going to have a total bath. Even though I don't want to, because it's going to make your hair go poof. We really don't have a chance, because you are a dirty girl. Stay. Stay. Aha, I was right. I thought I smelled fleas, and I did. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to wet her all the way down. So we're gonna rinse her and soak her in flea shampoo. Did you know groomers can smell fleas?
But I hate to put a flea shampoo on them unless I know they have fleas, so she does. Stay. There's one right there. Stay. So if her mom's watching, it's going to take longer than I thought because there's going to be extra soak time. Alright, I'll put you up and I'll go clean up that hair. So, there's no critters hopping around. Just give her a few minutes to soak. You're all right, baby girl. Anybody have any questions while I'm waiting on her to soak? I got like 3 minutes. 3 minutes for a Q&A. Anybody up for it? Which means by the time you type it out, I'll be able to answer like 2 questions. Have I ever gotten bitten? Yes. Let's see, I got a scar. Let's see if I can point it out right here on my face. I got bit in the face by a cockapoo. I got bitten really bad in the meat of my hand by a Cocker Spaniel. I got bit really bad once by a cat. So, a couple times. When I was 6 years old, my mother had a grooming shop and I got bitten by an Air Force German Shepherd named Yuri. I was told not to touch him, but I did. Do we need to sanitize the pumps and the shampoo and conditioner bottles? Not diluted. Yes. In between, like, not while you're using them, but once you change them to a new bottle, you should take them all apart, soak them in a disinfectant, let them sit after they've been all rinsed out and everything in the disinfectant for at least 10 minutes, then rinsed out and put back together after they're completely dry, and then put in a new shampoo bottle, or just spend the money and buy a new pump. So undiluted is a lot safer than diluted, but I still, when I switch it one product to another, or, you know, to a new bottle, that's when I disinfect it. All right, one more and I gotta get that dog rinsed. Diluted shampoos every 8 hours. Disinfect the pumps, the squeeze bottles, the cups, everything. Why do you need so many scissors? Well, I don't need as many as I have. V3 Densatsu shears is very, 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 very good to me. And he brings me new things to try out. And he gives me like 8 pair at a time. So I have all those that he's done that with a few times. And then I have many specialized shears. I don't have time to go over it right now, but after I'm done with the dog, I will go over several of my different shears and what I use them for. So hang out till the schnauzer's done and I will tell you all the different shears and what I use them for. All right, back to the tub. I buy new pumps too, Debbie. It's too much trouble to take them apart, and your undiluted products last so long that, yeah, it's easier just to buy new ones. All right, back to work. I'm coming. I'm sorry, but you had to soak. And I wasn't going to hold you while your fleas were hopping off instead of dying. Sorry. Sorry, sorry. Wait. Her coat's actually looser than I thought it was. Bath always loosens it up too. On maintenance baths, I always condition, even on a harsh coat. I know. I was going to go see my mother tonight, but it is too late by the time I finish my prep for tomorrow for what I need to do tonight. Finish the dog. There's no way I'll make it. So, that gives me time to talk about scissors. She's the last dog, so I'll come back and disinfect the tub later. I need to get her done. Later. So I'm going to turn down the sound while the dryer's on. As soon as I comb down her back to keep this hair from being so fly away, I'm going to comb it all into place. I'm going to put the bathrobe on her while I blow dry her head and legs, and then I'll take it off and finish drying the back. That way the back won't dry as poofy as it could. Her mom has returned. Let me go let her know it'll be a little while still. Hi, I'm still working on her.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Do you know how much longer? It's okay. However much time you need.
At least 20 minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's do this. Make sure we got all the mats out. Nope. Not yet. Got a lot of hair, Eva. When was the last time you were groomed anyway? Looks like about 3 months. Gotta be done. Stay. Stay. I'm sorry. could easily spend 2 more hours on this dog and not feel finished. Without a doubt. Stay. I know you're tired. You're gonna get to go home in just a minute. I'm sure your mommy's right outside. Good girl. Come back here so I can see what you look like. We're not done. I know. So when you see one of these schnauzers in the show ring, the furnishings are full of chalk and hairspray, and the hand stripping is tighter. Like she might have this much length on the body because she's at that stage in her coat where she's got like 10 to 12 weeks growth. But all the flat work, the shoulders, the chest, the top of the head, would have been rolled and maintained from the time she was pulled down, so that it would all be tighter. It should be tighter all in through here. It should be tighter right in through here and tighter in through here. So it takes a lot of maintenance from the hand stripping day and then through while you're showing them, and then you can let it grow back out some before the next hand stripping day. But lots of areas are kept real tight while they're being shown and constantly played and worked with. So her coat's getting close to the end of when it would be good enough to be shown, but not quite ready to be fully hand stripped yet. So their coats are ready to be shown like 8 weeks to 12 weeks after the hand stripping, if you pull them down. And then they have to grow back out a bit before they get hand stripped again. So you've got a little window of opportunity there to show them when the coat looks its best, what they call in full bloom. But again, all this would be tighter, and I can't pull it in tighter right now because you can't do that in one sitting in a couple-hour appointment like this. You really need time. And then you kind of have to maintain it too, if that makes sense. I don't know when the last time she was here is. Let's see. Seems like it's been a while. But her hair just might grow like crazy too. Let's see. That ain't right. I know she's been in since then. Oh, those are upcoming appointments. Duh. I was going to say October. So she's not scheduled to get groomed again till October. History. Her last groom here was 5/27, 6/27, 7/27. 9 weeks growth. And now she won't come back till October. So I guess at that point the pet parents will need to make up their mind. Are we going to clip or strip by October? If it's stripped, then she needs to go to the breeder and get fully stripped because my hands can't take it anymore. I won't be able to do it. But I maintained her coat in such a way today that it's not ruined for stripping. So she'll be able to be stripped. I did pull some on the head. It needs to be pulled all the way down right now on the head, but I didn't want to do that, so. All right, that's good enough on her. If her mom's watching, you can come in and get her. I've spent more than enough time. Time's up. That's one of the best lessons I learned. And I learned it when I was 11 years old on the first dog I did for money. Is that when time's up, time's up. You're paying for your time. And when time's up, you stop. Scissors down. Easier said than done. And for pet parents who want to learn how to hand strip their own dog, there's a Facebook group called, I think it's Hand Stripping for Beginners, but I'm not sure. But there's a lot of really knowledgeable people in that group. Just look up hand stripping groups on Facebook and you'll be able to find them. And there's lots of people there who give you lots of good advice on getting started. I'd be happy to give you some advice. I don't consider myself an expert, but I have groomed all the Westminster winning show dogs that I've done. Almost all of them were hand stripped. So I know how to do it, and I do a nice job. It's just I've torn my arm up and I'm not gonna do it anymore. But I'll offer all the help I can give. But I still don't consider myself an expert in it. Even though the breeders that had me do their dogs did. I don't know. It's one of those things you really never feel quite confident enough in. Alright, I'm going to go text her mom since she's probably not watching, except I never filed her nails. I got to do that. Hold on. Got to file the nails. I guess on my own dogs, I felt like an expert on it. But when I'm dealing with pet parents' dogs, I never have enough time to do a proper strip. They're never in the right coat cycles, so I never feel like I get that finish, even though that they go in the show ring and win. I never feel like it's good enough. But that's probably a me problem, you know? Stay. And I guess it's because I've always taught myself, and on this portion of the work, the hand stripping, because I never worked with handlers or at dog shows or anything like that on this, so it was all self-taught. And I guess there's always question marks, you know, about what you're doing if you're not 1000% confident. You know, I've always judged whether the dogs can go in the ring and win. So, and they do. So I guess that's good enough. I don't know. What do you think? Ooh, 300 likes. Nice. Let's see where we're at. And 29,510 views. We're going to hit 30,000 views tonight. Wow. In one day. And it's the second stream. Holy cow. Let's put her up front and text her mommy. Holy cow. 30,000 views in one day. On a live stream. That's crazy. Who'd have thunk it? If you want to see my hand stripping work, you can go to my personal Facebook page and look at the hand stripping. Actually, I'll share the hand stripping list to our group. That's even better. Let's see here. So I'd like to tighten up the sides of her tail and the head and everything else more, but if she's going to get pulled down soon, that'll ruin the coat, and if I'd have to hand strip it, and then it would be out of balance of the rest of it. So I have to leave her kind of shaggy in those areas today, or thin it and ruin the coat, or strip it and ruin my hand, and it'd be out of balance with what all the rest she's going to get done. So I'm going against myself and leaving it right now, because like on the sides of the tail and stuff, because that's the right thing to do. All right, back to the run. There you go. Let's see. Go here. Go to my personal page. Photos, albums, hand stripped. And can I share the album? It doesn't look like it's gonna let me share the album. Maybe it will. There we go. I think this will work. Group. There. All right, I've posted it in the group. So you can see my hand strip clients. Most of these are just photos that I've taken in the shop while they were here getting groomed. Some are show photos. So I'll show you on screen here while I'm waiting on her mom before we do the scissors thing. So let's go to here. All right. This is an Irish setter that I hand stripped. Her coat was quite fluffy and light when she came in. She was getting ready to go to her national specialty. This is Tiger. He's a black and white German wire hair pointer, and black and white's not correct for the breed as far as the AKC standard, but he won best in shows in 6 or 7 different countries before he came to the US. He was brought to the US to add into the bloodlines here because it helps to retain color in the breeding programs of the dark liver colored German wire-haired pointers. So they brought in a black dog for that. When I started working on his coat, he was so long and shaggy you would not believe. Light colored, his head and ears had been clipped, and I pulled him all the way down 12 weeks before this Westminster win, and during the time that he spent on that coat from where I was working on it from like October through Late December, he had won at the AKC National Championships. He won at Westminster. He won several groups. Ended up one of the top winning dogs in the country, even though he was the wrong color. I was super proud of that hand strip job. It's like one of my favorites of all time. This is Chase. He was in the top 3 in the country. I groomed him from the time he was a puppy. I gave him his very first haircut when he went to the AKC, or not AKC, he went to his national specialty, and he won the puppy class at his national specialty. From there, he went on to be a multiple group winner. My client who owns Show Yorkies, back when I first met her, she had Show Springer Spaniels, and I did all her champions. This is, did I call him Chase? That wasn't Chase. What was his name? This was back in 1995. Give me a minute. Was his name Chase too? I think it was. Anyway, this is Chase the Giant Schnauzer. He also ended up in the top 5 in the country. His mother I groomed for Westminster, and she won an award of merit. He also did something like that at Westminster, but he was in the top 5 in the country. And I groomed him from the time he was an itty bitty baby all the way up through his show career. Chevy. It's not Chase, it's Chevy. No wonder I thought Chase, because Chevy Chase, you know. Chevy is his name. This is the same Springer Spaniel. This is when he was about a year old. He didn't have his full underbody coat there, but he was looking pretty good. He was doing well in the ring at that point. That's Versace, I think. These are all the long-haired dachshunds. This was a Best in Show winning Parson Russell, or no, Russell Terrier. She belonged to an AKC judge, and she was a Best in Show winner. And I used to hand strip her for that AKC judge. I can't remember her name. This was my own Cocker Spaniel. This is one of our clients that we still work on now, but he's a clip coat instead of a hand strip coat. But here he was hand stripped. And that is, oh, what's his face? He's still a client too, but we don't hand strip him anymore. He gets clipped. He was hand stripped there though. This was my Cocker Cookie. This was my standard Schnauzer Jake at 11 months old, and I was placing in the A division at the dog grooming competition. That is my Cocker where we placed at the dog grooming competition. It's a little Norwich Terrier, hand stripped. What's his name? Why can't I think of it? Hi.
Here for you got it.
All right.
Did Melissa already pay?
No.
Ah, jeez.
It'll be 85. I can send her an invoice if it doesn't work.
Yeah, if it doesn't.
I didn't charge near enough on that dog, but that's what we normally charge, so. All right, let's go. Here she is.
You, my goodness.
Thank you.
You look beautiful. Ooh, good job, baby. Hi. I can actually see your eyes now.
You have a good day. I know. know why I can't think of that dog's name? Because it's late and I'm tired. Oh, Rex. It's right there on the thing. And Woody the Scotty, hand stripped. Cookie again. That's a client dog. I can't remember her name, but she was hand stripped. And he was hand stripped. And that's Simon, my cocker. And then Nico, I used to hand strip him while he finished his championship. I rolled his coat every week. And Simon and Chase. And her name was Empress. She was a show dog I was hand stripping. And then, what is her name? Thicket. And then this was a Irish Terrier that I hand stripped. He was a job. And he was a neutered, that was a neutered coat, and it was a 6-month pull down. This is how we groomers hurt our arms. Because that's 3 hours of tedious work. You can see all the new growth underneath, so I'm just removing all the dead shedding coat. And there he is 3 hours later, still picking and a grinning. He was a good boy. See anybody else? Oh, Zook. He won Best of Breed at his national specialty. He was a #1 PBGV in the country. He won at Westminster. He won at the AKC National Championships. I started grooming him when he was a puppy. Of course, his handler did a lot of work on him too, but whenever he was home and not on the road, I would groom him. Carol was my handler as well for my carries, and I simply loved her. She was awesome. And then, of course, we have, oh, why am I drawing a blank tonight? I guess I'm just tired. What is her name, guys? Anyway, and that's Empress again. That is, I can't think of his name, but he was a handsome boy. Now we're back at the beginning. So that's some of my hand stripped work. So I shouldn't be too picky on myself about it because I did a pretty good job. All right, we were going to talk about scissors. Sophie, thank you, Sophie. All right, here we go. Scissors. Somebody asked earlier, what do I need all these scissors for? Well, I don't need all of them. I'm going to get rid of some of them and give them to Kat. So this is my newest pair I just bought, and I needed some with a serrated edge. See if it'll see the saw-like teeth on the end. I needed a pair of 7-inch shears with those saw type of teeth, a serrated edge, because that like grabs and holds the hair instead of pushing away from the hair, or the hair pushing away from it. It holds the hair as you scissor it. These are really, really nice, and I'm really happy with them. I've been picking them up more than all my other scissors the last 2 days. So that's what those are. These are my Fusion Curvy shears. You see me using these every day. I have 3 pair of these because if one pair goes dull, I have another pair, and I need these. I do rounded feet with them. I do around the eyes with them. I round up my little Fusion Curvy faces with them. I set my lines for my beveled leg, or my legs to be set in on my Fusion trims. I do so much with these. So I have to have those. This is my favorite hand scissoring shear. This is a Zolita Mirage. I scissor with this all day, every day. Have to have those. This. Now the different chunkers and the different style of chunkers and the amount of teeth on the chunkers do different things. So I have a bunch of different chunkers that all do different things. This pair scissors really nice like a scissor, but it gives me some softness, and it takes out a lot of hair, but it gives like a plush look to it. They're curved, so a lot of times you'll see me doing up over top knots, or rounding up ears, or rounding up under the faces, or coming down the back of the neck to give a natural line with them backwards, or I'll be setting an angulation with them on the back of the legs. That's what those are. These are a really nice shear. I use these a lot when I need like to hand scissor with a chunker. These are like, if I'm doing like fine finish work with a chunker after I hand scissor with a chunker or straights, I'll use these. These do a really nice job. These are V3. My primary chunkers, I have two. My V3 is my go-to for any heavy coats, any thick coats, thick Bichon hair, thick standard poodle hair, stuff like that. These just cut right through it like there's no tomorrow. These are my Zolita chunkers. These are great, but they won't cut through the thickness of hair that the V3 will. So if I have a lighter coat, a softer coat, or I'm already done taking all the bulk off and I just want to smooth over the top, I use Zolita. If I need to bulk out coat, take a lot, I use V3. All right, next. So I have a bunch of little 7-inch shears, like the ones with the serrated edge I just bought. I have about 6 pair of whatever kind of 7-inch shear. These I really like, Densetsu. He actually had these made just for me to see if I liked them. They're too light and they just don't have the balance for me, so I use them for like edging out things like ears and stuff like that, or light edging, but I don't use them for scissoring because they just don't have the balance. These are Piatra. These are really, really nice. I use these for the same sort of thing, but I really don't use them for hand scissoring unless I'm doing a little tiny Yorkie with little short legs and I need a little short scissor, but I don't really do any hand scissoring with these. I keep a bunch of these, and it doesn't matter if they have balance or not. I keep, I don't know, 4 or 5 pair, because as soon as one pair goes dull, you drop another pair. Then they get a nick in them. Then another pair goes dull. Then you can't reach your blade sharpener. So you can end up with 6 dull pair in a row. And you always have, as a professional, you have to have sharp scissors. So that's why so many. I always have at least 4 or 5 of these sharpened and ready to go. These and these were a set. These are Zolita Yankee Doodle, and I bought them as a set. These are the chunkers and these are the blenders. This is one of my most commonly used blenders that I have. I do all the long-haired dachshund and flat-coated breeds blending. I used them on Eva for blending and for like in between the eyes and up under the eyes. And I use them for bulking out blending. When I have to come up under, I use them for the crown on the top, on the cockers. I use them for any of my mat removal on top of all the high-end grooming I do. I also use them for like 1, 2, 3 slide to remove out mats. I use this shear so much, and they hold their edge like forever. I don't know that I've ever had them sharpened. I might have, but these things are like my go-to. the Zolita chunkers that go with them. They're little short scissors. These are for like Asian fusion when you need a chunker around the mustache or whatever. That's what I use those for. See if I have anything else really specialized. A lot of these are just duplicates or different sizes of the same thing. Like this is just a bigger one of these. So when I need a bigger one to cover more ground. This is a different type of blender. If I need something that's going to take out just a tiny bit of hair, this has teeth on both sides. And so like if I'm coming up around a Pomeranian's tail and I want the Pomeranian's tail to sit on high, but I don't want to damage the coat, and I need to take some bulk out on either side and give them that pretty little shelf with the high set tail, I'm going to come up under the hair with that. Or if, say, one of the show long-haired dachshunds, their pants are getting too bushy, I can come up under the hair and take out a couple little swipes. Or a Kerry Blue Terrier, and they got the boosh all around their face, and you need to come up under the hair and take a swipe here and a swipe there, comb it out, and get rid of the bulk. That's what these are for. All right. See, you ask a question, why do I need so many shears? And look at the answer you get. So there's curved chunkers, there's just different number of teeth chunkers for the different coats. So I typically like chunkers with more teeth to take out more hair because their teeth are closer together. So they're going to come out like a scissor. And some of the ones who have more gaps between the teeth, they don't take as much. These are a curved version of the Mirage. So I like my curves, shedding hair everywhere. I like my curves for like coming down behind the necks on the Bichons or the Bedlington Terriers. You know, when you need to set that roundness, these are really nice. They're longer than my other curves that I showed you. And they're not, the other ones I showed you are chunkers, but these are straights. Or these are curves, regular scissors, I should say. Anything else specialized? These are really neat, but I'm hardly using them. This is another one of those. I think that's pretty much, oh, these are really nice. I haven't been using these lately, but I really like them. So this is another Densetsu shear. And these scissor Yorkie hair like there's no tomorrow. See let's see if I can get this to focus. Focus. There we go. See the little grooves? They're like a chunker for Yorkies, and normally you can't, excuse how bad my hands look. You wash this many dogs a day and see how yours look. Anyway, these grab and hold hair, and they texturize without taking a lot out, but they do hand scissor. This is one of the shears that won't take out a lot of hair, so if you need to take out bulk, like on the Wheaton Terrier's face or the Kerry's face, got teeth on both sides. So these take out less bulk than the other pair because it's got less teeth. You can see the bigger gaps between the teeth. So the bigger the gap, the less hair it's going to take. And these, he gave these to me to try. I'm not real pleased with them. They're texturizing shear, and they went dull so fast that they really didn't do anything for me. So I can't say I'm a fan. And I didn't think to have them sharpened to see if it would do anything for me. But it's an interesting shear. I just haven't found a place for them in my collection. So everything else is just multiples of everything that I've got here. I use all of these for specialized purposes, and most of those are backups for when these are dull. And then there's some that just don't have balance or don't do anything for me. And so they just sit there unused because my shears have to have balance for me to hand scissor. And if they don't have the balance, I'm putting them down. I would rather call Zolita and have them overnight me a pair of shears than use a pair of shears that I've already got that doesn't have balance, because I can't work. It throws me off. It makes me like crazy. All right, let's see where we're at on the day. Did we break 30,000? I'm curious. We did. 30,046 views in one day in the second stream. Woohoo! So, so I guess I'll leave on that note. That's a good note to leave on. 308 likes. So anyway, that's my shear breakdown. That's what I use, what I like, and all the different purposes for all the different shears. So anyway, thank you for watching. Be sure to like this video, subscribe to my channel. Don't forget to hit the notification bell so that you don't miss my next upload, which will be tomorrow. I can tell you who we're going to have tomorrow. I could have you hang out and clean with me, but it's late and I want to listen to some music or something. So tomorrow we have Miss, is that tomorrow? What a, oh, Pino, that's somebody new. I can't remember who that is. And then at 8 o'clock I have somebody new. At 9 o'clock I have Miss Bliss, the Shave Down Yorkie. At 10 o'clock I have Rosita, the Coton de Tulier. At 11:30, I have Bogey, a Bichon Frege. At 1, I have Oliver, Mr. What is his name? Whiny Pants. Oliver the Maltipoo. Then I have Roxy and Rosie, the Shih Tzus, Hamilton, a Shih Poo, and Ryder the Maltese. Cat has Cosmo, a Morkie, Brony, a Bichon, Gizmo, a miniature doodle, and Finn, the Shih Tzu. So that's what we got coming tomorrow. All right, I'm leaving. Good night. I will see you tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bye. Today's video was brought to you by our own company, Grooming Safer. I designed the Grooming Safer dog grooming harness with the intent to keep pets safe on the grooming table. This product aids in grooming dogs with collapsing tracheas, senior dogs with mobility issues, and wiggly puppies. The Grooming Safer dog grooming harness is also helpful with dogs who gator roll or rear up during the grooming process. The harness fits dogs from 2 to 35 pounds. We also have extenders for the dog grooming harness, enlarging it to fit dogs up to 115 pounds. I personally make each harness as they are ordered. Order yours today at groomingsafer.com.